good. Audio checked. Welcome back to the stream. It's time to go to court to shenanigan read our way out of execution once more. Because I don't know. Everybody's very bad at collecting evidence. Everybody's very bad at remembering the facts of stuff that happened. Just the usual. Gotta wait him before we actually get started here. Oh, I forgot to make myself some tea so I don't absolutely blast my voice today. Well, unlucky. I can always make some later. Alrighty. That should do it. That's not. Whoa, 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 whoa. Are we still here? Okay, seems good. The hell was that? Audio still seems to be okay. So I see stuff going on. Let me adjust my personnel volume. Oh. Why is this? What is happening? Sorry, longer delay after all. Okay. I've considered the defense's counsel request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I've determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So can the judge just at some point be like, nah, this takes way too long. I want to go home, I want to eat dinner, and I don't care to drag this on for multiple days, so no further summation examination, get fucked, kiddo. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to sit clearly and concisely for the court. the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his? If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it'd be related to this crime if the window was closed, kinda. Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pie tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. I'm so what? Yes. Considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means, I'm afraid that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. How? There, I was thinking this might be hard. Mr. Naruto, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. Well, that's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel. Yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Whoosh. Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Miss Garydab. We have a book that disappeared from the Garydab's house on the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the 2. Yeah, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I have learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Garydab and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. I can do that. It's basically the same as when I have them on the stand. I don't think I tried that before. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Da 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 dun dun dun. Da da dun. Ba da bum. Why are the witnesses still in the background? Are they gonna chime in and help me out somehow? The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
Hold it!
As we know it, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes. That's the part I have a problem with. Oh? You're willing to change your mind? Fuck me, pick over my bottle, I'm sorry. Give me a moment, I shall put it away. Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said? That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. Is that though, if you give each other an alibi, is it really strong? So, it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, who done it. Which only leaves the Japanese fellow. Honestly, can't see what all this lava's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say. If there was some novel alternative explanation about when the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. I meant to press you. Get pressed. No.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my. Such delight in your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. On the reads this morning paper. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why you read them in the first place? How about instead you try to remember? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say? She would get along with them so well. The defendant. They both like to just rattle on with lists and descriptors. But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. And so I'm so tempted to just change her voice to Southern kinda. Got gal voice. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory. If you could, you could come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Yes, let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right. Glad you omitted rational. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. As Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. And what's the point in even having windows, huh? What you gotta say about that? Counsel! What's his voice? Oh my, I need to find a voice for this guy. Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, sorry. Oh, I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. I mean, their room was on fire. No, if the window wasn't open, the smoke would be all over the place. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Wait. Can I? When I press you...
Hold it! Excuse me.
That's not what I meant to do. Oh, dearie me, what is it? That last statement trouble you in some way, perhaps? And the only thing troubling me is that little Japanese lodger with a funny mustache. After all, when a lodger moves in, it's rather like having a new member of the family arrive. Might be an idea to use the new member of the family's name then, instead of that little Japanese lodger. The point is, it's very difficult, you know. That would make a good welcoming gift for the man. What? You know what would make a good welcoming gift for the man? A book? Or perhaps something nice to eat? Putting aside concerns about presents for the moment, you maybe focus on the present concerns at hand. Okay, I can... I can't, I have to... That's... Wow. Okay, never mind. Okay. I thought there might be a reaction, like I guess we'll have to wait for a bit before we get her. Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening. How would you know? But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I love, you know. There's really no such thing as loving incendiary bomb. Holy damn English. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Fiery. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Gary Deb. Never you mind that, the point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. I wouldn't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime, has anything. Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Miss Gary Depp's relentless onslaughts. Almost as though he's used to it, what a gentle soul he is. You don't think that she cheated on her husband with this guy, right?
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, you marry me both then, like I said before. What? Told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? I don't bring home some reedies with me tonight. You'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. The missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, yeah. You know, it's funny, but, can't quite remember. Matter of fact, huh? Sorry? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. I hope not. Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. What, do I just pit her against him? Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago and gave me the sneezes.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry? What was that? You have to speak up, lad! Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top. It did. What a sight to behold it was. Okay, sorry, I have to check. Does he remember his own birthday correctly? Oh, the jurors don't even show up. Never mind. I guess that makes sense. Why would they be here? Did you put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? What? Of course not! It was an angel cake! To celebrate my birthday, obviously. It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, it must set all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out. But candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught on everything and went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. You know, now we're being kinda racy. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold? But how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. Windows? Oh, still remaining calm, huh? Letting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I got a terrible cold from it. It put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget the birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. I need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street. As well as how he or she could have done it. Yeah, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments out to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yeah. I think I'll start out with the window, then see if she starts to crumble a bit. Did I pit you? Right?
Objection!
These two juror statements clearly contradict another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again! I told you it was me! Oh? What's that you say? Speak up, lad, speak up! Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Gary Depp household. And Mr. Gary Depp had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
On my head? Can I press on that? I can pursue, I mean, sure. Juror number 4, did you have something to say about that? Holy chugging. Miss Gary Depp! Oh, dearie me! What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? The fire started in your house that day. Did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window. Which can't have been easy, since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. It's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruto. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Gary Depp's formal statement. Now you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten that, but that's true.
Hold it!
The 4th book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Gary Depp told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I held it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. I was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man, I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. Why are you reacting?
Excuse me.
What is that, juror number 5? You know something? I've remembered what it was. That memory I'd blocked out. Uh-huh. Was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. are you calling her granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Miss Gary Depp, or the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me it's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I'd just earned that day, and I nearly died. The whore. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. Okay, where's this going? Is this important to the case? You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. Oh god, no. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, I did. What an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know. That god-awful stench of the Thames. Thames. Or Thames? I mean, Thames sounds more logical, but... I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks at night, can tell ya. No, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that when women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at ya. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Wait, knives too, huh? Wait, did she just chuck it out the window? There's no way. I mean, they're probably... Surely that's... Wait. Unless she chucked the book first, it hit the victim, which KO'd her, and then she chucked the knife right after. But then where's the blood? What about the missing blood? You mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is... well, it's so uncivilized. Everybody knows you throw the people themselves. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, methinks. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Woman in a rage will hurl almost anything at your kitchen knife really brought that home to me.
Hold it!
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's fine. It was chopping meat with it. Had a tidy edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? Started with a smile, then she threw me with... Then she threw me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. And foreshadowing. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub. Who did you marry? Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came into her head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Okay, I have to check this. How do you pronounce that?
Thames.
Okay, Thames.
Thames.
Thames. So not Thames, but Thames. Got it. That has to be the weirdest spelling as of yet. Let me just like this. That's easier and nicer. Nicer. Still, She's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. You want to know what I think? I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who'd been tossed in the tins a few too many times by their wives. That's a very interesting theory, yes, yes. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Winter house fire. Winter's house was on dire. I don't care, sorry. Okay, so she would throw anything. I think you needed another explanation. There was a novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed. Oh, hell yeah. Get pitted.
Objection!
Objection! It's always the same 4 people that bail me out. I love these peeps. Those 2 statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief. I mean, they don't contradict each other. Explain counsel at once. Do you think perhaps this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my. Whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Crime, was found at the scene of the crime. Originated in Mr. Gary Depp's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other objects besides the book could have found their way from the Gary Depp household to the street below. Huh? Is that no? After all, Mrs. Gary Depp could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? Beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, Jonah was actually juror number 6 all along. Can you imagine the twist? He was like, I'm sick of that bitch copying my style. Something had to be done. Perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, Easton Geller. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house. But what? What was it? There can only be one paranoid person in this bookstore? Okay, I mean... Was she paranoid though? I guess he gets 2 people with 1 act. He kills the one that copies his style, and he gets the one executed that copies his mentality. I'm really taking a big gamble here. Not really. It was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman. I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Gary Depp household to the scene of a crime. Whoops.
Take that!
Take that! Juror number 4, Mrs. Gary Depp. Oh, what no? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for me. Was you? I mean, Yeah, we kind of knew that their couple was involved, but... Have you ever seen this knife before? Uh... Good lord, Counsel! What on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garridepp were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garridepp was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. Man, like, bruh, that's totes uncool. Could you not accuse, like, people that aren't your defendant of being the actual murderer? Like, could you not just agree with us? We can all go have lunch together. It's even on me, bro. Come on, with your bill. Come on, man. Fish and chips on me. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh? Even my missus hasn't got a name like that. Yes, I admit. Wow, what if they never went down, actually? What if she just bent over to pick it up? I admit there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Oh. Okay. Every time I see this guy, I literally just want a small figurine of him that I place in my garden that doesn't even exist. Mrs. Garridepp, your answer, please. You've seen this knife before or not? Imagining us going for lunch with Zeeks and the judge is kind of funny. He would probably, when the waiter comes in to give like the little wine testing, if you want that bottle or another one, would probably swig it, throw the glass. No, another one. It's a garden gnome looking dude, I agree. Ah! God. Do you think we'll ever get an explanation as to why there's no blood, or do we just brush over that whole fact? I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word after all. Thank you, madame. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but... Meanwhile, the judge just eats one sandwich after another. You would get his fries or his fish, and just chew on them until they stop being crunchy. I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman? I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny didn't mind. Yeah, you know what? I'm quite happy about this at the moment. I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. Woo. Nice choreography. Do you think jurors train that stuff beforehand? To synchronize their flamethrowing? We did it! Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruto! So, as a result of the defense's summation exam... Wait, like, I can't keep this guy's voice straight. As a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. No ARL jury would behave like that. They just go add on my problem and condemn the defendant. Probably. Most people would even try to just ditch jury duty altogether. 2 jurors called guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue. no live Von Zieg's reaction. Understandable though. Don't want to be responsible for that. I mean, you're responsible for that, A. B, if you're unlucky, you might just, you know, croak because whoever you go up against in the jury is some fucking high-end mafia boss and you don't even know it. And the possibility that you're just there forever because you all need to come to a consensus together, it just sounds like such a pain in the ass. Now then, Lord Van Ziggs, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a cork of wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. Okay, the Dracula music starts, but what follows is so repugnant. And it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Von Ziggs. The defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of the places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? Is he gonna say you can't chuck a book across the street from the third story? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Gerdet household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Gerrit's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards. That's about 14 meters. You can chuck a book 14 meters, are you kidding me? He's been grasping at straws and it keeps working. 40 meters? Oh, that's a little further than I'd imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance. Sounds like he's just like us for real. The fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of that house, traveled some 15 yards. Do you think he does in his free time? Probably be moody in his own little gothic mini castle. Play the organ, read some stuff, drink, draw some sick vampire OCs. To land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. He probably owns a miniature Castlevania he lives in. Well, yeah, I definitely can see it, especially prosecutor that wins every case he goes against, and he only ever takes high priority cases, so he gets the big cash out. He definitely owns some rip-off gothic castle. Was that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is something stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. The only fantasy here is yours, and we shall be its final witness. It's kind of cool though. You want a gothic castle? I mean, it's edgy as shit, but yeah, I too would own a gothic castle in the middle of nowhere. The FF16 brain rot? I can't help it, okay? That game was so good, it just sealed itself permanently into my brain. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. He's so... Sherlock Holmes is catching strays. I love this man. He's got the birds. There's nothing I can say to that. Yeah, he's just... He can out-debate anybody. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. I mean, I love his voice too, I'm sorry, I have to admit. Miss Susato. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles. Murder in the court. It's gonna happen. Susato was talking earlier about how you shouldn't throw things at people because that's cowardly. You should attack with honor, like with a bow and arrow. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? What's your voice? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. If you use a bow, aren't you just throwing an arrow at high velocity? Yeah, technically, but, you know... You also... Well, I guess you also have to aim when you throw, but... I don't know. It just looks hula, okay? And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. She only jumped in, by the way, because he insulted the novels she likes. Otherwise, she would have stayed silent. To that end... Juror number 4, Miss Joanne Garrideb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Order! 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 Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Pick better jurors and this doesn't happen. Maybe don't just pick better ones, simply pick people that aren't connected to the victim, the defendant, or anybody else in the crime, or in the case. It's unnecessary. Yeah, only because you haven't primed her yet, haven't told her what she has to say. Lord von Sieks? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before the couple's eyes. And we must assume that they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you witnesses? But they're still here? They've been standing there the entire time in the background. I was wondering why. Yes, sir! Constable Rowley Beach reporting for duty, sir! Well. Good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now. Sir! Haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Where do I get a feeling that villain and these two are going to come back for a later case? Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Our Rowley, my hero. You make me swoon! Very well. I hereby reject the defensive request. Okay, so we have to crumple those two first. But you always need an aspirin when you see half these characters. Can you imagine living in this world and just being one of the right descendants? You're basically just the straight man to everybody's insanity. And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir! You wouldn't make it through law school? I feel like law school in this world is more of a suggestion than anything else. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett, believe me, London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top-hinged casements. What? Okay. You'd be the first right who's rightfully accused of murder? Well, jolly you, because if you actually commit a murder, you will not get accused. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for a moment, sir! Nothing strange to report on that front, sir! Well, this is quite startling. Top-edged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Oopsie! Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir! Sorry, but... A top-hinged casement window, something I'm too Japanese to understand. And you... You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Sorry, my bad, Chief. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's room. Alright, I'll try. So, the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But, as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see? Damn it! I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay. A metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. Kind of a weird way to open a window. I guess it's the old lazy version of putting it on, what's that even called? Kip. It prevents it opening. Absolutely correct, sir! In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down on the pavement below. Only place you've seen this kind of window is in attic and slanted roofs. I think I've seen those windows before, I just have no idea when. It might have been when I was in England. You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we've discounted already. But did the wife confirm that she knows the knife? You know, professional window? Hell yeah. Do I get a special badge, like, for being a lawyer? Did you see that, Roly? I keep wanting to call him Rory. That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling. I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Roly, you're so strong. Your aura is simply too much for these filthy Japanese. How's this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Get a fucking room? This is their room now. Console, if I could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh god, another desperate situation. Is there any moment in this trial where I can take a breather? And it's not just, you gotta figure some shit out right now or it's over. You misunderstand? Not a fucking room, but a fucking room. I see. I mean, the answer stays the same. This is their room now. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, London Bobby is good for his word. Hold it! How can you say that's for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. There's the noble founding principle of the force written on it as a reminder of all us policemen and our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? I can't say I remember. But can I express how often you've seen officers lie? I think I've seen, or I haven't seen, but I've encountered more lying police people than I have not. Like I've encountered completely normal police that were just chill, they just did their job and then were on their way. But I've had more encounters with some that have just been right assholes. That just felt like fucking lording their power over you. Just, I don't know, nobody wants to fuck them or something. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of a common man is what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you that Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes immediately, sir. Something about the smallest amount of power going to their heads. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of wild. But I guess, you know, that's also what that one experiment showed, the famous one. Where they actually just went absolutely batshit insane and it was just RP policing. Please tell me we destroy their marriage by exposing him as a liar. I severely doubt it. I really don't think we can destroy their marriage, or at least not yet. Oh, Pat. Oh, Roly. No. None of this is what I meant. I mean, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. or Mrs. Garrett? Oh, see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yeah, well, could you answer the question? The nicknames literally spell out patrol. Oh my god, I didn't even put that together yet. Oh god! I thought the only common thing was beach cop. Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's domestic dispute can be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yeah? So goddamn corny. I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. Perusal. The British Institution of Scotland Yard. It's just an English sentence. Painfully British. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you, I'll try. Rules of conduct to which they must adhere. Let's see if he does some weird stuff. Let's read up on British policing, I guess. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for a furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Okay, I don't really see a contradiction here. Let's see if don't sleep on the job is in there. Let's see if don't fuck your wife while wearing the uniform is in here. Patrolling officers expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day. I mean, is it that he has to be in a allotted beat? But I mean... this one kind of says they can leave their beat. We'll see.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir! They're just there to allow a breath through the house, you see? So they're restricted as to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. We're just collecting all the evidence right here. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. It would have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before. So since that is basically right in front of the house, what if that's where the thing actually happened and that's why there's no blood? I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea right now. And what would that be, sir? Do you even know? Where would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, well, that's very simple. You see, I had with the investigation yesterday. I feel like if I press her on this, she's just going to come all over it. That he did police work.
Excuse me.
Did you have something to add, Miss Bede? Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. Was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, That street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's Beat and the next one. She's a white girl into true crime. My gosh, she really is. Isn't that right, my love? But for once, she's not into the serial killer. She's actually in the policeman. Constable Beat. He died. Hmm? Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with them interviewing the occupants of the Garrett house all yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see? So. Really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. Oh, she's pulling out the book. If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean that the... Wait. We got him. It's on his beat. So where would he send his wife away if it's his jurisdiction and not somebody else's? Because before he stated that it's somebody else's jurisdiction. That's why he sent the wife away. Does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mrs. Garrett's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. Wasn't aware of that. And just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all. Extraordinary people are our Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. You have some more work. Such things are my darling. That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruto. I'll take care of it immediately. Saying God is just an average boss? You're doing good work. Here, you can handle some more. Of course you won't get extra paid. What do you think I am? The pavement where the victim was found lies just outside... Okay, never mind then. The board of which runs down the middle of the Briar Road. What do we do here? Do we just keep collecting everything? Until we have everything we need? Hey, you can't really make out which side of the street this is. But he reported, if it wasn't his beat, shouldn't the next constable over have done that? Well, beat is more like they patrol, and he came across it, so he sent his wife to the nearest police box to report the body while he stood watch. And because of this rule here that says when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Wait. Does that only count when it's in his beat? Because it also says any crimes... Like, if you discover somebody off case, does that count? It wasn't his beat? Yeah. I mean, he still needs to report it, you know, but... Why did he help with the initial investigation? Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, he would have seen it.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Okay, buddy, but it's a burning book. Like, how can you not see a burning book in the darkness? But Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for a lucky star. You start giving me diabetes through the screen. Normally it's dark when the sun goes down. And if I would have seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. And Rolly be an inspector, I would have said 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir! That's correct, sir! As sure as the night sky of London is starless, sir! Definitely seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. So what if the knife flew out the window first? And made her crumple over, and then the book came next? But what about the other person right next to them? Or next to the victim? I did leave the scene and go fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Hold it!
Yes, you said you went to the nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yeah. If I'd been on Rolly's speed, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on the beat. So Rolly told me the way. I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. It's okay. Go off. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, please. So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. Like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bowie is never really off duty, sir! I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Hold it!
Nothing to report? That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on my yard's honor, sir! Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Gary Debt household. So the question remains, how did it find its way onto the hand of the victim, into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of a crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burned as well? God damn it. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As you can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Okay, that's actual good info. Something about the statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries are how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. Must be a common thread between them. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer? Sir? Oh, yeah, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing? He moved the woman to the other side, so it wouldn't be his jurisdiction. What? You think he was like, oh, but our dinner date? No! We reserved this table. We've been on the waiting list for like 4 months. And it's our anniversary. We have to arrive. We cannot do this today. Also, if I work this case, my wife is going to exhaust me even more tonight, and I need my sleep. Like, it's that unlikely? I don't know. I really believe in these guys. I think it's more that the body was moved. Maybe so the window would be like an alibi, but I don't know why. Because then why not just remove the book? Also, how did the books of the defendant, of Mr. Natsume, find their way to the victim? The only other person that was where the books supposedly fell down was actually juror number 6. Unless, as we stated before, somebody followed him. But that also, I mean, the only person that could have followed at that point was the actor we saw. Considering that Mr. and Mrs. whatever the hell, Gary Deb, were fighting in their place, throwing shit out the window. So they can't have done that. Even if one person, like, they were both there. They count for each other. So, but how would they get there before these two get there? While also arranging the whole crime scene. There's still the other dude living in that house as well. Yeah, that's the actor, I mean. The kooky guy, the Hamlet guy, or whatever. Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. Tell that to old-timey Britain, but I agree. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. Also, there's Yellow Popeye, who I have no idea why he was there or what he contributed except destroying my voice for a bit. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you let me speak, won't you? Yes, Miss Speed. I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. A Japanese man thinks the policeman's wife's words counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Miss Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could you possibly be about to say, I wonder? She's the type to sign her letters with military spouse. I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Miss B, nobody's questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny coat back, slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. Okay, if it's that dark, you wouldn't see a tiny knife flying through the air, to be honest. Flaming book, I agree with you. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, yeah, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up in the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so crossed.
Excuse me.
Maybe we are going to break them up. Huh? Yeah, no, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening as all. What? What are you on about? You mean Mrs. Bede lost her way on the night of the incident? Is she... Are they working together? There's no way. Well, you see... Wait... Wasn't the actor also blonde? What if they're related? Because she's called Miss Bede, obviously because she's married, but we don't know her original name. What if she's related to the actor? So that's why she pulled him on his leash to go walkies right at the edge of his beat. Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone for a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd been back in 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for with... What? With far things. And pennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yeah, romantic. I've forgotten all about it until now. And you, my darling? Huh! Oh yes. Is she drugging the guy and just giving him suggestive, thoughts? Farthing is a £1/4. Ah. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise... What? Really? Oh. What's happening here? They are really starting to get weird. In a different way. Constable Bede looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. A £1/4. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Miss Bede about the bouquet. Miss Bede, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. What's this bouquet all about? What's happening? What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. How ditzy are you?
Hold it!
You mean, you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked, I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. What if it's still in the bushes right under the window? There weren't any flowers there? Exactly. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on? Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. What if Rowley is actually related to the actor guy? Was under the window, there's no light there because that entire area is wrecked. That entire area is wrecked and all the windows on the lower floors are bricked. In case you need reminding, Miss Speed, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably. The other side of the road? Huh? So she remembered correctly? But then he just blamed her bad, you know, sense of direction? Also, the fact that he gave her directions towards the police box and she got lost and for 15 minutes instead of the short time it should have actually taken her so he could doctor the crime scene. So is he I mean, he could be related. But still, why do all this? It can over me. Wait. What if? What if? I feel like that's way too far out there because that's involving too many people. But what if the landlord and the wife accidentally just blasted that lady that was walking under their window? And because he's the younger brother of one of their tenants, who's also apparently an actor, who can't pay rent, he was like, well, if you let him continue to live there and don't throw him out because he's a fucking bum, how about I just handle this one for you? May have just been an accident. Well, yeah, it may have been just an accident, but he could have taken advantage of that for his brother. That's right, silly me. I got over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there. I really can't. So we already know that it was on the other side? So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of the Briar Road to the opposite? Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rowley bought me. That change from the gut I spent so long collecting. Boy, bouquet. Do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Dude, no need to shit talk them for that, okay? Not everybody's rich like you. Look at your clothing, look at hers. Oh, yes, that's it! That's the bouquet Rowley bought me for our anniversary, with all bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord von Zix, where did you come by this flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation. Does she keep talking about the gutter money? I don't know, she wants to highlight how hard her husband worked for that. It was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garridat household. We got off freebie. Oh no. It wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir, thank you! Oh, could I have it back now, please? No. I think, for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. Present from Patricia Beat. For Patricia Beat from her husband Rolly. The shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Miss Beat to drop the rose where she stood. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Miss Beat. Let me check that rose for a moment. Hey, just... Mind me. That's... Oh, I thought I saw blood. Why is it doing this? What's happening? I don't see anything suspicious, unless we can open it up. Pretty stylish paper the flowers wrapped in, isn't it? Isn't it just a newspaper? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Something wrong? Oh, no, I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Tsuto-san, you do love your cakes. Can we open this? Can we untie the knot? Okay, I guess not. An English rose. Such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruto? I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes. Plum blossoms, peach blossoms, and cherry blossoms. Perhaps you should consider branching out. Get it? Learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example. I mean, there must be something besides the position, right? I don't see anything though. It's fine.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No eyes approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Consider that on the yacht on a sir. So I can just shampoozle him here. I wonder if that's the one. Come on. We're gonna throw the rose right back into his lying face. I hate when they just keep yapping while all you want to do is present your case.
Objection!
Objection! You claim, Constable Reed, there was nothing to report. In the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What? What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Miss Bede, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Royal Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Holy fucking shit, chill out, my guy. They did nothing to you. Meager?
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Bede not testify to that fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Bede swore on that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rowley didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Bede's bouquet, there's Mr. Gary Depp's book. Mr. Garrett's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife. Would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hands. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Bede's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime, on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. They're sharing one scarf. It's one long scarf, it's not two matching ones. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rowley's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says? We're all about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's just nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh god. Mrs. Gary Depp's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Miss Gary Depp. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Are you ready for another crackpot theory? Okay, so everything happened as it happened, and they did see somebody behind hit you. Okay, maybe there's actually... Okay, I'll throw the basic one out first. The long person they saw behind the lady was actually the brother. Like the guy in the bottom floor renting the actor, who's the brother of the Mr. Beat. And because they saw it and saw the woman collapse in front of him, they thought, oh shit. He thought, oh my god, my brother killed this woman. I have to somehow, you know, obscure the crime scene. So he just dragged all of that over, maybe. And that's the reason he did it. The books could have been because, I don't know, the actor guy saw that Mr. Natsume dropped them and then he picked them up and just, you know, thought he'd bring them home for him and then he dropped them as he saw that woman collapse. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Because otherwise, why would he cover up all that stuff besides the rent stuff I said before? And there must still be like an explanation as to the shadow they saw. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Take that!
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rowley Beat. It was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense! Why would my Rowley do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. Bobby works more tirelessly than the people of London. We don't even have the actor in our case files because we don't know that he's connected yet. You said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene, and the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with them. We usually have everyone we meet in there regardless. Yeah. But I think in this one it's kind of different. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I don't think we even have ourselves in there. Yeah, we're missing too. For some reason he's in here. But we're missing. At least he's here. He's made it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him to do it. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Miss Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
Objection! First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. Evidence. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something. That's right, he's right! But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So, why would we have anything to hide? That doesn't make sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Threats, not threads. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. It's the key of this entire affair. But should actually be the dinner date? What do you mean? Oh, he tampered with it so he wouldn't have to... He could just go to dinner, even though he would have to help out with the investigation for a bit. Mr. Naruto, have you managed to solve this mystery? Counsel, you've made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you're mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. Oh jeez. Okay, let me just do some research here. That's not what I wanted. Policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Maybe it was because if somebody was murdered or seemingly murdered in his beat, he would have failed item number 1. There wouldn't be peace. Somebody would have died in his jurisdiction. Patrolling officers expected to walk 20 miles around his beat. Maybe he was napping on the job. He thinks that's why it happened? I don't know. I'm just jumping to conclusions here right now. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist in the initial investigation and help detectives. Okay. Oh wait, it was so he wouldn't have to investigate. You prefer the dinner thing? It honestly might be just the dinner thing. That seems to be the most logical so far. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the book fell, where the bouquet fell, where the victim fell. I mean, that's the only one that makes sense. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is where the Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? It was right here. As if anyone didn't already know. Heh, that's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, adjusts non-existent glasses. That isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. She's up glasses, all according to Keikaku. Von Zeeks pulls out the death note. I've had enough of this. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Right here.
Take that!
But that's... on the opposite side of the road. Why did the supposed murder victim cross the road? I don't understand. On the evening in question, Miss Garridett's bull, yeah, her entire bull, book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Miss Beat, never moved at all. What did move? Nice 360. Was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection!
Dun. Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses, both, saw the moment the attack took place. That's right! I saw it with my own eyes! was 5 o'clock in the evening, and already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, it was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in the print, the victim herself, the 4 books. I feel like you'd see dragging marks in the snow though, no? Or like stuff on the coat of the victim. We're just trying to see who can bullshit the average case. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? Oh, look at him. He's ready to explode. What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord von Zieg said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. I think the fence and bike were dented because the victim stumbled into them or something. Okay, I mean, we've heard a lot about powerful women here in this trial, but how powerful do you have to be to punt out an entire piece of a metal fence and completely dent a bicycle tire? You think she also bumped into the house and that's why it's crooked from the outside? Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. Okay, but did we establish a motive yet of why he did it? And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat? She's just that powerful. Can't wait for them to reveal she's actually super slim and just, what, 27 layers of clothing? I mean, honestly, that would make sense considering the whole no blood angle. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month, or mood. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rowley! Is it true? Is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know this, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream. A terrible What is this JoJo villain speech going on right now? All the things I did that night. Everything. Come out. Okay. Just sleep incriminate yourself, why don't you? Only, it seems... it wasn't a dream at all. Good. Golly! Order, order, order! What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, Rowley, why? Why would you do something like this? You're so smart. Yes, yes, very smart. Collect your head pads. Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Not a corpse yet. Chill out. Wishing the victim dead shouldn't be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, Your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the year's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Bede felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. There's no shot, they actually just call it the fucking dinner issue. That guy that loves Scotland Yard over everything in his life, and his wife that loves him for being the ultimate super cop, breaks the law just to get to dinner. Are you high? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. Yeah, I don't know why we have to be racist about this, but... And yet, Lord Von Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. Get ratioed by the judge, holy god, that must sting. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Yeah, rare, honestly. Rare Judge Dubsky. Counsel, for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. This judge has more brain cells than all the others combined. Aren't the others just the usual body and then his Canadian brother surfer dude? It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives the motive for Constable Bede's unthinkable actions? Can I not switch to people? It's one of these things. Just good entertainment for the judge? I mean, probably. He just has to sit there and declare the final verdict. He's not even deciding if guilty or not. He's just calling when to end the case. Either the bouquet or the constable card? I don't think it's the constable card. That would make zero sense in my opinion. Like, what the hell is the reason? Unless he's like, oh yeah, it's his jurisdiction. But we were talking about emotions, so it has to be the bouquet. I mean, what's the motive? Not the reasoning. The motive alone would be the rose. Methinks.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I've only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called Bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that through honorable patrolling the beat, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on this beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beats, the day in question was special. Special? How? An account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh yes! It was our very first wedding anniversary! Constable Beach had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife. And was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beach stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. Zeeks were like, shit, I forgot they have emotions. Oh shit, this foreign concept of human emotion. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. That must have gone through. What must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bugger like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, the policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's alright. That's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. Sorry, I don't know why I'm talking like you now. I didn't mean to make a mockery of you. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen to here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why? Why? This man took one hell of a gamble, banked on his wife not noticing they changed the sides of the road. I mean, apparently her sense of direction is so bad he can just casually gaslight her. It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, I just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. She'll have to go to the police box that covers it, turn right along Meerschaum Street, and then... I mean, can I understand him? I can't, if I'm being honest. It's an anniversary dinner. It didn't sound like they booked a table or anything. Especially not with the money they have. So, just take her out some other day. Like the next day after. Or something. Emotionally, you get it? Still a no from me, dog. I'm sorry. Especially if he's so... Like, if it's so ingrained into his being to be an upstanding citizen. This man doesn't exactly have time to spend with his wife, usually, I'd wager. I mean, yeah, I get it on that front. But I'm sure he could have worked something out. Other than tampering with a crime scene. Oh, Constable. Like, just think about what kind of a mood you'd be in for the anniversary dinner. You want it to be a happy occasion. But if you go there straight after, all you'll be thinking and talking about is that woman that just got shanked in front of you. Because she adores him, doesn't want to disappoint her under any circumstances. Okay, that part I understand. But considering how much she loves him, I'm sure she would have been understanding if he does his job. Especially with how she fucking creamed herself earlier when she talked about him investigating the case. Oh, Roni. He very much wasn't being rational? Okay. I mean, obviously not. But yeah. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's case. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. Beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Roddy would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. Wait, he never meet the constable from the neighboring beach? Wait, we never meet them? I think we did. Weren't those the bobbies that told us to get the fuck away? And the detective, or the... What's it called? Yeah, the detective was this guy. I think the constable on the other side was just the faceless too. Oh, I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly. That was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. And can you tell us, Constable? Massive WY? Yeah, she's a ride or die. How many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total? Please say just the one. 4 it was? Yes, definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsumi, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Gary Debt household, of course. But that doesn't help us. So he could still be the one that was behind her. But, I mean, where's the flaming book coming from? Did the person that dropped the books just try to help her up or something? Went over to pick up the book, and that's how the knife ended up in her back? Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, but the issue is still that somebody was behind her. And she was standing apparently upright before she collapsed. Oh, what's up? That's because that's how I found it. Okay, very nice. That means that the books were dropped before she passed there. Which probably means that the flaming book was also fell down there. And then she just saw those books, picked just the one in the middle to inspect it more, I guess. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when we moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? This case is kind of weird, but not in the what the hell is going on when the... Like, I mean, we know what happened, we just don't know why. Imagine you come back to your job after God knows how many years and this is what you have to deal with. I mean, the good thing for prosecution is they get paid anyway, I think. Interesting. The fourth book's information has been updated in the court record. The beat first ran over to see what happened, and thread was in the victim's hand. Okay, let me drink some water. I mean, yeah, it's a nice mystery. It's just kind of weird. Yes. Yes, Lord Van Six. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Is he pulling an Edgeworth and trying to lead me? Constable, you may withdraw. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you're free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. Death? I mean, to be fair, he might get fired for this, and looking at how wealthy they are, that might as well be death for them in the London winter. I'm always mourning at him for coming home late. I'll leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Alright then, my love. I like her banana eyebrows. Very nice design choice. One last thing, Constable. Look at them. Get yourself a GF like that? Honestly, everybody needs somebody like that. So, let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. That sounds like he's not fired, honestly. Just W's all around for this couple. Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir? You mean to say? Yes, he's not like Edgeworth. That gets his falsified evidence disproven and immediately takes a cut out of Gumshoe's salary. Leave now. This trial is not yet over. Sir! I really get the feeling it's just... he knows everything, basically like the usual prosecution, or well, usually there's always one or two things they don't know. But he's trying to lead us to actually become a proper lawyer. Maybe he's just upset with the defense lawyers of England. So he saw, like, oh, there's a fresh newbie wanting to learn law from Japan coming over, from Nippon coming over. I'm going to groom that guy into the best adversary I ever had. However, I'm done with third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that. The Apollo Justice game, the prosecution actually doesn't know much either. Usually end up working together a lot? What? I don't know if I like that. I mean, it sounds interesting, but I like it more when that happened, like, once, I think, in the Ace Attorney cases, where you and Edgeworth just team up to double team some guy, because you both know that he's guilty and you just need to figure out what's going on. No, I think it happens twice. I think you do it once and you do it another time to stall like a serial killer, that one super assassin from killing Maya. It's more like the two of you playing ball in court. Fair, fair. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally.
Principally.
Principally. Principally. That the accused, Mr. Suzuki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly... How do you take that from this? Have committed the crime.
Objection!
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there's someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lot 16 is the straw. Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. I mean, is it actually a crime if it's an accident?
Take that!
I guess it is. I guess that's why there's a difference between things like manslaughter and murder. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Every time they say my lord, I get flashbacks to Code Geass. You can just say oopsie after someone died from your actions. Well, I can and I will. Oh, my honor, I didn't know that going 120 in a pedestrian zone might kill somebody. Whoopsie tee. It was all for the memes, for the TikTok. Your honor, please. You have to understand, it's for content. It's my livelihood. My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Joanne Garridet. Mamie! Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
The request has already been denied.
Objection!
Yeah, but under other pretenses. The situation is very different now. Mrs. Gary Depp, answer me this. Riddle me this, Miss Gary Depp. Their fists must be killing them after a while. I don't think so. They don't slime him that often. I think it's like a martial artist, you know? They just build up the strength and the... I don't think it's callous. Kind of callous, but not really. But just the strength and bone density to just chop through the table if they actually felt like it. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Gary Depp. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? Jonathan. But he threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the opened, top-hinged casement window, oh my god, he remembered, he actually learned. He transcended window knowledge. The book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. Can you imagine if she chucked one of the mortar shells? Try explaining that one. Ah yes, it seems the victim was hit by a random mortar shell. Clearly, the only perpetrator of this crime can be the Japanese literature nerd. So, let me ask you one more time, Miss Gary Depp. Okay, does that stand for anything? I have to find out. Gary Depp. No, it doesn't. This knife. The one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before? Oh. I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? Anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
Ooh. No. I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You're not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madame, let the truth come out. But, that's just a common garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. There is a Sherlock Holmes short story involving a John Gary Depp. Are we just actually doing every... Is there also a spangled band with a snake? Or spangled whatever the hell? You know what I mean? I'm guessing we're just doing exclusively Sherlock Holmes cases, except the first one. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, what would you expect me to know? Aren't you the maid? What's that? You're joking. What you're saying, please, Miss Gerdet? What are you saying? Now you listen to me. That story, he ended up being a serial killer, but this one seems like a mix of both Gary Depp's mentioned in the story, because the other one, Nathan Gary Depp, was an avid collector of rare and exotic goods. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injure someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it! Oh, that poor woman. Let's get her executed, please. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. And I doubt the old man is the murderer. You mean the military man? I mean, yeah, I doubt that too. I think this is actually just an accident because nobody was murdered. But I also don't know. I mean, you posed the theory that she might just be wearing 10,000 layers of clothing, which is possible, and it would explain certain things. But if she's in the hospital, wouldn't they have noticed that she wasn't stabbed when they took out the knife and when they, you know, undressed her to take care of her wounds and injuries? She's also unconscious. Well, yeah, no, the unconscious part I understand, but wouldn't the doctors be able to relay that the victim was never stabbed to begin with? Unless that's some last act bullshit that Von Zieks pulls out. Oh yeah, actually, we're not dealing with a stabbing at all. We're dealing with a simple concussion. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, can I prove that? Wait, can I prove that? I don't think there's anything to this knife. Unless there's something charred, but it doesn't seem that way. Pull it out again. Wait. Maybe it has to do with the broken tip. Maybe the tip broke when it hit the window. The knife is broken off when it hit the window? Maybe. Though it would be one shitty knife while it hit the metal frame perfectly. But how can we prove that the tip was at the window? Can we prove that part? I don't think so. Unless... No, this is when the body was already moved. I was gonna say, unless we find the tips somewhere along here. Sorry, I didn't mean to go completely out. Just look for a mark on the window, and is what I would say. Yeah, the game won't let us do that, I'm sure. Can I open this book and maybe it falls out? How can I prove it? I mean, it is supposed to be a common knife. One in the back, olive green colors. No. It can't be any of this. It has to directly lead back to her. So if it's nothing here, because it can't be, it could be here with the book. I don't see anything there either. Can't be any... Unless it... Nah, that wouldn't make sense. She's in attendance today as a member of the jury. Appears in the neighborhood. Wife was a household maid merely... I have no idea. If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Oh. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord von Six. Major Dubsky. So what's the Zoomer speech? I'm going to have to testify. Juror number 4. As I'm sure you would appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrideb. Juror number 4. As I am the prosecution's loyal bitch, you have to take the stand now. Bark, bark. He pans over to his Zeeks. He throws him a doggy treat. He catches it in the air. Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. So wait, what happens if we convict her of being part of this case? Does the jury just get reduced to 5 people? Or do they have to bring in somebody new, or what is happening? Does the case just get dismissed because there's not enough players around? Not enough people to vote? Such a strange feeling. The first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. You become the new juror? We appoint Susato. Here, in the Old Bailey. And I am a lawyer! Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Joanne Garrideb. And I'm, well, I'm a juror, and such like. That sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid. Or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, dearie me. Holy jigger physics. She's generating so much heat right now. Look at her go! Shut up, Joni. Nothing to... Shut up, Joe. Shut up, Joe. What was his voice? Shut up, Joni. Nothing to worry about. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. I didn't know you were here, John. He even brought his Medal of Honor. Was it only couples we're dealing with in this case, by the way? Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Remember, think I ought to testify as well, don't I? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. Brought the medal and doesn't bother to put on a suit. Oh, John. I presume you're Mr. John Garrideb? Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. See my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. Really sensing a pattern here? You do? Do you? The quiet life. Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Oh, well, yes. Quite. I believe this may represent a first in the broad history of British court. Should Natsume and the other tenant actually be gay? Wouldn't put it past them. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events of your home, in your home, at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once! Yes, on the day you were referring to, my wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Oh yeah, really? I knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet, soon headed out, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. That buried thing on the victim's back really was one of ours. You'll have a job proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although, entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hoops, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take the offensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shutting us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware of that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker away from death at any moment. Are we still talking about the marital quarrel here? Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Von Zeeks may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth. Wait, this is the last? This is the finale? Has the prosecution been to war? I wouldn't put it past him. He is pretty decked out and he has a sword on his hip. I don't think you get a sword on your hip unless you're... I'm gonna guess he's knighted or something. Wait, isn't he called Baron or something? Or is that just his name? Baron von Zeeks? We only have this last... Susato, not you too! Stop mocking him! Yes, he did fight the Turkish in Romania. Yes, I'm afraid so. Well, very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. Bang. The Battle of Garrideb. Bang, bang. His eyebrows are more like canoes. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. But he turns into a bat after his trials and flies home.
Hold it!
I bet he just goes to the nearest winery and, you know, glass blowery to stock back up on bottles and glasses. Oh, sorry, hollowed chalices. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was stuck onto the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garrideb. I think he carries around a giant suitcase just for his chalices. Now, I actually think that his side of the prosecution's bench It's basically just like a bar, like in a pub, and down below is just a ton of chalices lined up and a wine rack. A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garrydeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it too. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of a mark anyway. A likely story. These waters run very deep. Should I just play Elden Ring again, even without the randomizer? Just make a certain build. Just spin a wheel on what kind of stat I'm maxing out, besides strength. I'm kind of feeling Arcane just for that weird floaty stuff, but that's so late into the DLC. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? You know what, I think I might just play Elden Ring on my own time. Beakers, I read that one. Knocked a candlestick over. Set fire to the carpet. Soon headed out though, and got the window open. Different build each stream. Honestly, I could do that. I could do like a challenge run where only ever I'm allowed to skill one stat. So when it's just a full vigor build. No idea how that's supposed to go. Full strength, full arcane, full holy. It's gonna suck for all the hybrid weapons, but oh well. Sorry, I didn't mean to skip that one.
Hold it!
And the fire also separated it somewhat. Separated... what? Holy shit. And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bath water around that evening, so I sloshed it about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. I hate all these voices. I hate so many voices at once. It's hard to focus on them. They all just blend together. Also, the 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. I have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. Bit of pen, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I mean, she also thinks the guy's building bombs, so... I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Even though the room was on fire. As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a successful takedown, Mr. Naruto. How did she know I was thinking that? So, please cast my mind back and try to remember. Was the knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? Yeah, as if she just straight up come out and say yes here. But I feel I must point out that I am no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, a napkin. Why are you freaking out?
Excuse me.
You got something to add, sir? Mr. Gary Dab. Don't shoot! Oh, sorry. I beg your pardon. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to your mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim so uncanny, she landed a direct hit on. Oh, good grief, woman. We're not at home now. This is a court of law. Oh, dearie me. I was so sorry, dear. How are they still together? How does this guy just... Is this... What is that book called? That one Stephen King novel where some writer gets hurt and a woman just fucking takes care of him, quote unquote, but abuses him so he can never leave. Social pressure? I guess so. Where else do you find a wife that moonlights as your maid so you have a better standing? Which one you mean? Haven't read it though? Fair, fair. I think there's also a movie with... What's her name? She's a pretty good actress. I just don't... I'm bad with those. You know, she's not one of those everyday faces that you see in every other movie. What's she even doing with the teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened? Your pipe, sir? Is the knife's tip lodged into the pipe somewhere? At this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. It's called misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Knocked her clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. German it's called Z. Very subtle, I guess. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see. Your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. Ah, you're one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? He's constantly spinning it, but it's too fast for me to actually focus on it. Yeah, let me see the pipe, please. Give me a look-see. His books are just constant bangers? You mean Stephen King? The defense believes Mr. Gary Depp's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
I mean, he is popular for a reason. But I think even he got a few, you know, sleepers. This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to a formal testimony. Indeed. Common sense, one might say. In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Thank you, Susato. If nobody got me, Susato got me. Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to ingrate yourself with a young lady. Throwing casual shade there. Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Never read it, because it's really long and kind of really boring in large parts, but also the child thing. You know, the child thing, the fact with the whole space turtle that's kind of just in there. There's also that one story he wrote about, I think, some hive mind where that just your phone basically rings, and if you take the call, your mind gets taken over, and then you're just a zombie that everybody runs towards like one TV tower or like one signal tower, and then they run in a giant circle, like one of those death circles that ants do. You've read that one? It's actually pretty good. Is it? It sounds kind of, I don't know. It seems kind of bleh to me. To be fair, he was on Giga drugs when he wrote that. I mean, I'm not shaming the guy for writing his stuff while on drugs, but I'm just saying he doesn't have like he writes good stuff. He writes a lot of good stuff, but even he has some misses. The pipe has been entered into the court record. Apparently, it fell to the floor during a domestic dispute he had with his wife. I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruto. No, you're perfect. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh, no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Thank you for telling me, game. Ooh, there's even a chip right there. Ooh, what do we have here? I don't know how it landed in there in that angle, but nice. Something just swinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. Oh, I thought they'd actually make me do that. I would have loved to do that physically. The phone one is called Cell, and it's actually just about a writer trying to find his son during the whole hive mind situation. It's a good read. Honestly, I don't remember too much about it, if I'm being honest. I don't know if it turned out to be like a fake ending, and it was just all imagined, or... Oh no, I think he imagined that he won at the end, but then it turns out that he just got taken over or something like that. I don't remember the ending. It's a tiny fragment of metal. It also looks like the tip of a blade or something. Tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. A small piece of metal looks like it might be the tip of a knife blade. It was stuck inside the bowl of Mr. Gary Depp's pipe. Just willingly accepts the call at the end. Looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason it feels slightly ominous to me. Like it's trying to shout out a warning. Because his son got taken over? I don't know, maybe I need to give it a proper read. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Gary Depp's dressing gown. I got the book for it. I started reading that, but it's just kind of tough to read. It's constantly jumping here and there, and then it's just getting to characters where you don't care about them at all. And they have no significance to no real significance. They basically just set certain things up, like, oh, the bad guys are bad. Oh, the killer clown actually killed some more people. Like, whoop-de-fucking-do. I don't... This is basically just a filler chapter. What are you doing, my guy? I suppose it must have been considerably sentimental value to Mr. Gary Depp. Given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this. Which is one you've read, was called Revival, and it basically follows the life of a dude who met this scientist as a kid. who tried to use electricity to open up a fourth dimensional space or something, and the protagonist had long-lasting effects, meets the same scientist like 40 years later and gains access to some eldritch horror dimension ruled by giant ants. Why does that sound like it's straight from H.P. Lovecraft? Like he just stumbled upon some scrap notes from him? There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look, it appears to have been made relatively recently. And see how there are little scraps and dents all over it? It's clearly a well-loved pipe. Yeah, you're right. Seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye though. So it very well could be. Whole thing reads like an autobiography? What? Wouldn't that be more the Cell one though, because that's a writer as a protagonist? Or is that one also a writer? Yeah, who knows? Maybe he just documented one of his weird drug trips. Maybe that's the secret. Dun, 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 dun. A biography of the character, not his? Oh, okay. Do I need to inspect this more? This is the tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? I don't really know. It's just something niggling me. But I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some other pieces of evidence again. Yeah, don't worry, I'm doing that in a second. One thing after the other, Miss Susato. I like his new ones. Institute and Fairy Tale are really good. I don't think I've read any new ones of his. I don't even know what his current ones are. Or what the plot is of them. Aha! That's a puzzle. Okay, perfect. We got all the evidence now. Time to crunch these people. So, what are the plots? Hit me. Considering I probably will not be reading them. Fairy Tale of Boy basically discovers a whole other world, and there's deceased neighbor's home, Wizard of Oz style. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed one or two when missing I'm afraid. Sorry, would you care to elaborate? Nothing to say really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know the sort of thing. It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. And then there's my leather work. Your place does not look like any of those. Sorry to say, we're always losing knives about the place, and we have dozens of the things. They sell them at the market sometimes. 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. That does not sound like a good bargain. Joe prefers to use 2 knives at meal times too, instead of a knife and fork. Oh, what? No, Jean. We don't want people thinking I'm some kind of... Here we go again with the scoldings. Why are they being so evasive? I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim. The Institute ESP children are real and get kidnapped and trained by an institute, and the story follows a young boy. This happens to him... What? Was a young boy. This happens to... and him living his life there, breaking out, so on and so forth. It feels like a bunch of his stories are kind of repetitive, no? They have the same layout, they just switch some keywords around. Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still. Go on with your testimony, witness. So, it is the same universe as The Shining. I feel like there's a lot of books of his that play in the Shining universe. But I think the victim's back really was one of ours. You'll have a job proving it. You have no intent of admitting it was your knife, unless we can prove it. Even though there's no other credible possibility for Mr. Natsume's innocence. It is... Oh, I read that part, never mind. You forget, my Nipponese friend. That it has yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack. Okay, but if we... like, you know, prove it, that it's their knife, could they not just jump in and be like, oh, that filthy Nipponese, Japanese, foreign person must have snuck into our room when he came to pay rent and stolen the knife to do the deed. To frame us, of course. If only there was some way to know who had handled the knife. I suppose wizardry like that. Oh, wait, no. I can technically say... Well, okay, never mind. Yeah, never mind. If you're thinking of fingerprinting... What? What do you mean? Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern of their skin, or so they say. But I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Can you Google for me real quick where fingerprinting was invented and first employed? Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice. Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion. That this knife found in the victim's back was originally in their house. Come on! This ending dialogue. It's always just, oh well, just look at the evidence again. The flavor text is longer than the statements usually.
Objection!
Objection! Mr. Garrida, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? Currently merged in the late 19th century. Who did it? Who done it? Who's the smarty pants country? You can ask, but I can't see a belly thing. You can't. Used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. That must suck. Oh, he does, Jeremy. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must be very doozy. How very sensible of him. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yeah. What about it? And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Gary Depp's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? You were so wrong? Wrong about what? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. But look at this exposed ass, oh god. Really, the first handprints used to an actual trial were used in 200 BC in China? What? That's crazy! You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. I wonder how accurate that was back then. Or if they just, you know, fabricated some vague stuff. Like, well, the handprint is roughly the same size. But if they say, I mean handprints. First proper fingerprints used in criminal trials were used in the 14th century in Persia. That's still so early. That's wild. Whatever, when...
Take that!
Python! This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there's a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. Yeah, it's nasty to think about. I guess that's the same as a bullet being stuck inside you. And what of this particular knife? No doubt. No doubt. The tip has suffered a similar fate. Now, languished somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
First one to actually figure out they were 100% unique was a German in 1788. I mean, I guess that's something. Still, that timeline is kind of wild. Like, even if we go later, like, oh, well, they kind of got more accurate here, they kind of got more accurate there. The fact that the idea has been around for so long. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Gary Depp's pipe. In terms of Britain, they started using fingerprints 1858. Damn. Kinda behind the times, huh? I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Gosh, golly gosh! He's posing again? He's posing for the non-existent camera. Sorry, I kind of flew over that. What does he say? Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? Yeah, Your Honor. I'm a magician. This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So, Von Zieks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, I explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial points we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Gary Depp's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness's testimony. Had this thing in my hands as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out of it with one of her soft projectiles, yes. Would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, there she goes again. She's generating power. Didn't even use fingerprints in England. First recorded instance was from British India. I mean, India is also closer to China technically. And Persia, I guess. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mr. Gary Depp flung this knife, or Mrs. Gary Depp flung this knife at her husband. Imagine if she hit him. Like, she was close to his face with that when she hit the pipe. From there, just kind of advanced more and more with better microscopes. The knife missed Mr. Gary Depp, instead striking the pipe and his head in his hand at the time. Which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord. Yes. And that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Gary Depp's pipe. The chances of that are 1 in a million! And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, the knife, which fell from the window of the Gary Depp's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Gosh, oh dear, oh. No!
Objection!
Oh? You got more to say? Hit me. Where did you already put it too? Oh my god, you are efficient. A full body theory. I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Also, can we talk about the fact that the jury hasn't chimed in like a good while, and usually they're very quick to chime in as soon as they can get a guilty verdict? He praised us! Allow me to toast my learned friends characteristically... What? Allow me to toast my learned friends characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling this argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see... I love that move! It's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. A law theory? Explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... That's right, you silly little man. No, Joanne, old thing. What are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. Okay, then how did their knife that was in the room as that night, at that time, get itself into the victim? Explain that inconsistency, bitch boy. She bent over? Did she? Oh, that. I thought you were talking about the maid slash wife. I was like, what? I didn't see that reaction. Quite right. You see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. What you just present the burned lion's pride. Useless for words. Look, I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. There's no way we just completely ignore everything right now. All the facts. Because he's like, well, surely a person can never have their back to the sky. It would appear the defenses made quite a rather spectacular. Shut up! Can I have a wine glass to throw at the fucking judge and every part of the jury? If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, oh my god, new pose, is history. Only he gets chalky milk? We're so close. I could see the truth. You can still see it, my guy. Come on. I was so sure we were on the right track. Maybe you are, and maybe you just need to find the simplest answer here. Or in other words, we simply need you to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Thank you, Miss Susato, for being the only one here with some brain cells that seem to actually enjoy their job. Miss Susato, you mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is considered correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. Yo, welcome, Otaku. How are you doing today? It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. In tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. Good? Nice. Doing good today. Bit tired, but I can deal with that. Rest of the day was good. This inconsistency. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Takes his shirt off like Doppio. The knife fell on the victim from above. There's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. Part 5 was wild. Part 5 was amazing. Can't wait for Part 7 to come around. They didn't even announce it yet though, I think. Or at least I didn't hear about it. Which is a bit weird, because usually this is the longest wait between parts so far. Or at least a part ending and a part getting announced. But also, they do need to animate a ton of horses, so fair enough, I guess. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. You already have the answer. Which is your favorite part, though? Time to out yourself. Live on camera. Goodness. Oh, goodness. Utter madness. 4 and 7? Oh, so you're a reader as well. 4 was Diamond is Unbreakable. I mean, they're all good. I think Diamond is Unbreakable, you know, not really a critique, because I still like the entire part and everything. But here and there it feels a bit directionless. Which I know was kind of the point when he made it. Killer Queen has already touched that chat box. Already deep inside your eye. Because it was going more for like Saturday morning villain of the week stuff. And they had some nice villains of the week. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. Yeah, that's the only thing that threw me off a little bit about part 4, that even though they had the big bad they had to pursue, they sometimes just completely went and goofed off. But I mean, what else would they do? They're students, and if they don't have a lead, they don't have a lead. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle. What would I say I like? I think I really like... Well, 7 do be fucking amazing. I also love 5. I really love 5's anime. The sound design in that goes so crazy. It just makes my ears feel very good. But 3 was also villain of the week, just in an overarching... Yeah. In part 3 it wasn't as noticeable because they were ever so closer approaching their final goal with each villain that they beat. In 4, it's more they beat some villains and not everybody gives them a lead forward, which makes sense for this story. It was just as I watched it. Also, as I watched it, as I got to part 4, that's just a personal issue, a skill issue on my part. It ended because it was still on the weekly release. The last episode I saw was when Kira just changed his face at Cinderella's and got away. And the credits rolled over them trying to chase him in the crowd but not being able to find him. And Koichi just screaming like crazy, so I was like, what? There's no way this is actually the ending to the part. And then I think it went on a bit of a break after that. And I thought that was the end to the part, and I was like, no way, what is this? What did they do with part 4? That is the shittiest ending imaginable. Always say you enjoy the second part of part 3 over the first half. That is very understandable. Did I read this? I can successfully make sense of this. The truth will be laid bare at last. I like part 5 because they kind of really give everybody a bit of spotlight to shine in. Even if Jono every time comes in at the end, or mostly a lot of the times comes in at the end and steals the glory. Reading part 9 at the moment slowly. I haven't started that yet. Part 8 kind of deterred me a bit. I didn't really like part 8 if I'm being honest. That felt a bit like a roller coaster of pacing reading it. Nobody can deflect the Emerald Splash. Yeah. Have you ever deflected an Emerald Splash? Didn't think so. The evidence that explains how the falling knife can be lodged in the victim's back is this stupid book.
Take that!
Read between the pages, mister. Is part 9 good, as far as you've read it? Would you recommend it? I also need to find a new place to read it, because my old place kinda got nuked. The 4th book found at the scene. You do? Nice. Okay, actually, I might just have to find a way to read it then. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. the burnt book. Is that not Mr. Garrett's book? Yes. And to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be. The scene of, how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But that is all we know. It was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so. As part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene of the opposite side of the road. That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beach made an extremely enlightening statement at that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand, sir. In other words, the victim had already picked up the book with her own volition. Of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo? Who the hell is Jingo? I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top floor at the Garrett household onto the pavement below. At precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, that's exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. A burning book at that. I feel like that would startle anybody. The book I threw. Yes, Miss Garrett. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it. But I suppose she might have reached down. I feel like some kind of divine warning. A burning book. And it's called Pride, so it's like, ooh, you have committed the sin of pride. Time to die. Time to die, and then she got stabbed from the heavens. It's actually God's intervention. It's like the police couple said from the very beginning. It's all made by God. I present you the true culprit, the Lord himself. Time to accuse God of murder? That would go so hard as a final case. That is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh, heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, when the woman was still bent over picking up the book, boom! Death by backshot? I was going to make the exact same joke. How dare you type that before I can say it? The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Suseki Natsume. Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. Also, you haven't given your favorite parts yet. Come on, out with it. Or did you? And I just am stupid. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. No, you didn't. Why is it skipping so much? I'm just scrolling. You're like 5 and 4. Also valid choices. I feel like there's not really any bad choices with the parts. I'm also a very big fan of part 2. Even though that's still one of the Hamon parts, but I just love that Joseph is such a fucking goblin that even as he's about to die, he still taunts cars. Because he knows it's going to get him so fucking pissed and he can't do anything about it. One is kind of meh, but just a must. I think one is just kind of bad for the anime. Because the pacing kind of is rough. But it's still got good atmosphere. It's still got its iconic moments. You just kinda gotta power through it. Appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark of the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Do you remember how many pieces of bread you've eaten? Honestly, people like to meme on that one, but I think that's kind of a hard phrase, no? And from the other direction. Cross split attack? Nobody can defend against it. It's the Hamon version of the Emerald Splash. The constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So, there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. Nobody can defend against it, gets frozen and crumbles. If you really think about it, Dio is the most broken thing in existence. He defeated 2 undefeatable attacks. Who else can say that about themselves? Jotaro had only defeated 1 undefeatable attack. He's technically still inferior. This was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. Dio fucks? I mean, yes. Very much so. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp. His offspring is beyond busted. John is insanely overpowered. I mean, who isn't overpowered of them? One of them has kind of really freaky little monsters he can summon. Another one can just make any fantasy reality, which is also his greatest weakness for whatever reason. What can the last one do? Oh yeah, no. The other one is kind of shit. He can recall the memory of a place? That has to be the dumbest ability ever. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There they all been. Don't knock my boy a Bakyo like that. No, not a Bakyo. One of Dio's sons, the blonde one. The one whose story is basically straight up plagiarized from holes. Oh, Mrs. Gary Depp. Of course, never meant for anything of the sorts to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. And you know Jono is Dio's kid? Oh, wow, whoopsie daisy. Have you not seen part 6 yet? I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. Wait, what? Part 6 has 3 children of Dio. The one drug addict that makes certainly not Disney characters come to life. The one that has the rods, those mythical beings that suck the heat out of your body and who constantly screams about being Apollo 13, and then Jolene sets herself on fire with a motorcycle to beat him. And the last one is just some blonde weirdo who has the same backstory as the story holds, if you know that one, where some shoes get thrown at him that were stolen, but he didn't steal them, but the police caught him with it. So he got stuffed into prison. And that guy's ability is just he touches the ground and then can summon forth events that happened there. Like, he touches the ground once, and then just a horde of football players come out and tackle Jolene away. It's such a dumb ability. Like, I don't hold it against you that you don't remember the guy. That's alright. I know. I'm ever so sorry. Oh yeah, and he summons a plane at one point. That's going to crash. Honestly, with a fucked up knee, I'm very shocked he even held it that long. Hats off. But 95% sure they never called them Dio's children in the show. No, They not called them that in the anime? Because they 100% are. They were like the children of Dio. Yada yada. Felt, attracted, not in that way, but like in the way of gravity, towards the priest and came together. And then they even teased in the manga that Giorno was somewhere around for the finale to show up and beat ass. But he never came around because Giorno would have just invalidated the entire finale. Pretty sure they never called them that. I mean, I'd have to rewatch it. Or I have to look at the episode because I'm pretty sure I know where that should have happened. Hence the confusion. I mean, understandable. But those three are technically Dio's kiddos. Like, actually, not just fan theory, they actually are. She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. Just know that the D4C guy is one. No. The D4C one is nobody. The D4C one is, I mean, if you know the guy, then you definitely, technically, that's not really a big spoiler. But I'm just not going to go into very much detail. I'm just going to say everything after now has nothing to do with anything you've seen up until now. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There's no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what would easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. Guess it does play in the past. Yeah, there's a bit of confusion because of the whole, well, spoilers once more, but honestly, if you haven't watched it that far, then this won't be too much of an issue for you anyway. I'm not talking to you, talking to like whoever might be watching this. The whole universe reset. Is it the original past or the Pucci created past? See, that's the part that confuses people. Because Pucci kind of rewrote everything, a lot of people think that it's a past created by Pucci, but apparently it's just not at all. It's just kind of similar, but it's a completely different universe, so to speak. But honestly, if you see it as the Pucci created universe, that's also fine, because it won't... Well, no, actually it does, never mind. You can see it as the Pucci created universe, because that would mess up certain other things. It's basically a whole new universe. With some striking similarities concerning plot lines and names. There is some good news, however, my lord. I've just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. A whole new world! So many new stands to see. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. They have some very broken stands in Part 7. It's strange. I've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. Also, okay, I don't know if this counts as a spoiler or not. Not really, technically. I'll let you figure it out on your own. Basically, Harmon isn't really a thing there, but they replace it with something else, and it's kind of funny. It's kind of nice. Also, the return of confusing spinny balls in Part 7. Oh yeah, the confusing spinny balls are the version of Harmon in the universe. How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Pizza Mozzarella is a hit single. It do be, it do be. Also, Part 7 once again is one of those cases where Araki found some found some people IRL, had a chat with them. They both were like, "Hey, I'm a fan of your work," and then he was like, "Oh, how about I just write you into my story?" And then he just does it. It's so funny when you see that. Because it doesn't even read like that in the story. The purple hair rock star from part 4, that guy's an actual... that he looks like that in real life. You would never know that. He looks like he just belongs in the anime, the manga. But he's a real life person that he just met and interviewed each other, and then they chatted about each other's work, and were like, well, I like your work. Well, no, I like your work. And then I think they both chatted about some horror stuff. Because they just vibe together, and then he just wrote him in as a villain. But they look like enemy stand users though? But did they look like enemy stand users though? Well, no. They are the enemy stand. The namesake, at least. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant distant homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. Can't wait to see more weirdly copyright-avoiding translations. I don't think there's another banger like Flaccid Pancake coming in anytime soon. No, it was me who should be begging your pardon. Flaccid Pancake? I mean, that is just peak translation, no? Or peak copyright avoidance. Zipperman was also good? Oh yeah. Just straight to the point. That evening, when the young woman has just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again, in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beatty said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. I mean, if you lay on the floor, face down, not moving, completely unresponsive, and there's a knife stuck into your back, I think everybody would assume you're dead. How does this guy die? Wait, what? Which guy? Who are we talking about? It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to the... Oh, yeah! There's the weird murderer about. I kind of forgot about that. Hopefully he doesn't. You know, maybe if somebody dies, it might be the old couple, even though I hope they don't. I hope nobody dies, to be honest. No, it's time for us to see if it's the quote-unquote true culprit that dies, or if it's always the defendant. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog. Like, they're haunting me. Poor Sasaki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. I'm guessing it's going to be more the couple, because they constantly talk about international incidents when Japanese people are involved. So, when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. Should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. Oh, the husband actually sits in as a jury member. That still seems a bit unfair, but you know. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Von Zieks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh? Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, think they never call us by name because they can't pronounce it? I mean, most likely. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. In conclusion, Destroyer, I must ask one last time for your decision regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean. Well, she's out of action, you know. But I know what the decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? But it's about time. I say, I have a cork of a story to tell my grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Oh, I forgot to disable that. Oh, thanks. I wanted to change it so that... Oh, I wanted to change it back so that links can't be sent anymore. only by moderators, and then I would have just made the bot, uh, the bot an admin or a moderator. So when we give a shout out, that's once it goes through, because shout outs before were blocked, which I noticed while, tinkering around with the new command. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord Sir. Imagine Zeeks just goes, aha, time for my summation examination. Honestly, isn't it kind of unfair that they don't get that? Or maybe they do, but he just doesn't see a point here because it's kind of been completely cleared up. You're now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Thank you, consuls. Court is adjourned. Please don't kill anybody. Please, for the love of God. 20th February, 3:17 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, locum. Latum. Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another locum here? Is there even one here? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last, I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Okay, that one was kind of weak. Like, come on, you can do better. Happy, party, happiness, hurrah! Oh, I am pleased, Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that then? Locum, you did it. You saved me from the brink. Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that. Lovely, loyal, locum lawyer. Can you believe that they gave us a cat only once in this whole thing? And it never showed up and we never got to interact with it? Yeah? The audacity of these devs. It better be coming back. I mean, as I said before, I have just never gotten used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. What? People that aren't from your country in a foreign country? Crazy. Because that's kind of what a cat would do. Honestly, fair enough. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear. I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. Well, everybody did call him a hunchback for whatever reason. I don't even see him as a hunchback. But maybe it's the angle. Today, you, locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. He stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. He battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the binding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, behold, the best barrister ever born. A barrister? Well, that's very flattering. And we are very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all this hard work? Well, apparently also a Sherlock Holmes story. And a language degree, a barista is all you can do? Or with a language degree, a barista is all you can do? Okay. Oh, there you are, my dear fellows. Of course it's him. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see, I am not a moment too soon. The disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh. The trial begins presently, Mr. Naruto. What? The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruto, and I wish you the very best of luck. Just finished. What? No! My haste was in vain? It's you! Lock Jones! Oh? Have we met, sir? This motherfucker! It's Mr. Natsume? The man you had arrested, Mr. Jones? Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. What a fucking asshole. Charming. Is he just face blind and that's his issue? Well, your fault, Sherlock Holmes. You're the reason I had to go through that terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you the peace of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Oh. Had she been taken to hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh yeah! It never came into play that there was no blood anywhere. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Must have all been soaked up by the jacket? Yeah, surely. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Oh, priceless. Oh, I'm sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. With Sasaki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there was no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits. Mace, this guy isn't actually a defendant. Honestly, he might be at some point. I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. It will be alright, Mr. Natsume. Oh? If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Yeah! Why me? With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. Do you think Susato will ever follow in Maya's footsteps and be accused of murder? So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend of doing now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh? It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all. The more I learn of literature, the more the strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. And that's how he did it. Wait, that means he can't die. It actually has to be the couple if anybody dies. A work of literature by Soseki-san would be an interesting read. Nice wink, devs. And what about you, Miss Susato? And yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? You can just sink the boat? Okay, I mean, that would be quite the twist. Will you return to Japan alongside your moustached compatriot? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet. And you're accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right. But we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, do we get a free cat? The windowless room? Oh, but it lacks in windows. It more than makes up for with a floor and a ceiling and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil... Wait, is he actually thinking the cat is an evil spirit? Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. Infallible. We'll think about it, if that's alright. Don't think we should live in the house of a woman we just charged with manslaughter. I don't think we should live in a house of a woman we just charged with manslaughter, who's also very prone to extreme anger outbursts where she could burn down the house at any second. And apparently doesn't even care about it. So we could just all die in a fire and she wouldn't bat an eye. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Oh god, I take the abandoned hell house that's haunted. Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure? Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. Oh, this is simply wonderful! No. This sounds terror. This actually sounds like terror. What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the Great Detective's office as addict. I'm too overcome with words. Or words? So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. This is like the goddamn Sakura So setting. Then it's settled. Aris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. I hope we also get the free cats though. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say. Oh, thank you. And yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Imagine he gets killed at dinner. We even have the autistic world-famous artist. We'll be a detective, but close enough. What a detective, but close enough. I mean, we also have that one little girl that's technically just a shut-in-but genius. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But locum, we'll meet again one day. Yeah, I'm sure. It's not like my family will move over to America. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, Mr. Sholmes. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. Please die at dinner, that would be such a crazy plot point. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 211B Baker Street. 20th February, 4:41 p.m. The attic room. Honestly, this is spacier and nicer than I expected it to be. So this is to be our new office, yes. Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Nice wrist there. Could do without the giant patch of dried garlic. I thought those were onions, but I wasn't sure. Maybe they're to keep Von Zieks out. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Okay. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? Thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope what's her voice? I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting. It's very exciting, actually. Can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those are precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. And Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, I gotta check something. Okay. Welcome to London. Pause at the time. I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. I thought that if Holmes is here, then maybe Moriarty is gonna be the villain of one case, or like the overarching villain. And then I was like, what? Wait, what if they pull a I am Voldemort BS with male Strongheart? So I had to check the letters, but no, it doesn't fit. Have your current progress saved? Yes, please. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Ooh. Ooh. Moriarty is still just the Chief Justice, fully convinced. I mean, he might be. We'll see if Moriarty even pops up as a name, but I feel like if it's this heavily Sherlock Holmes, Herlock Sholmes inspired, then he kind of has to pop up. No. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with the smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Very cool. Anyway, I think we'll end it here. And then tomorrow, I mean, kind of a short stream for today, but I don't really want to start another episode for now. We could, but I kind of also just want to play something else. I think we'll play this more though, and just put it in between games, even if we don't need something to tide us over time-wise, because otherwise we'll just never really get to play this game. And I kind of like all the bullshit that's happening. It's very funny. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do with this. No stream tomorrow, actually. But because I take my break tomorrow, I will most likely be here Sunday. And we will probably, because Sunday is already Christmas, start with Yakuza. And finish that. Get that on the way. The baby. The baby. I don't quite yet know what all the baby stuff is about, but I know that Kiryu's there, Haruka's there, and Haruka is always holding a baby. Anyway, thanks for checking out the stream, short as it might have been. And see you Sunday. Have a nice weekend, and until then, bye-bye. See ya.